All of our council members are here. Oh, not quite.
Yes, here.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here, Jack.
There we are, Jim. Good. I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you all for being here. And I'll start by asking Councillor Sheridan to introduce himself since he's participating remotely.
James Sheridan, District 3 Councilor.
Great. Thanks, Jim. Say a few words about meeting logistics. Anyone who's joining remotely, we ask you to change your name display to your first and last name so we know who we're talking to. Similarly, when you're called on to speak, please start by stating your name and where you live. We ask you to keep your questions and comments to under 3 minutes. And if you're speaking about a specific agenda item, we would ask you to keep your comments germane to that topic. Anyone who wishes to speak must be called on by the mayor. And you may make a statement or ask questions, but not, we don't engage in back and forth typically with people in the meeting. If you speak out of turn, discuss non-germane topics, go on too long, etc., you will be reminded to conform your comments to the rules. First item up is to approve the agenda, and you have noticed that we adjusted the order of some of the items on the agenda so that we can get the very important items up front, including the city manager and budget discussions. And I will consider without objection, I'll consider the agenda approved. And now we have general business and appearances. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any topic that is not on tonight's agenda. We'll take comments from the room and also from online. And Zach, it looks like you're up first.
Good evening, council. Good evening, everyone. I'm Zach Hughes, Montpelier. I rise to pay tribute to a longtime Montpelier, Central Vermont resident by the name of Morgan Brown. Died on Monday, unfortunately, after a battle with colon cancer. It happened really quickly. He was a force. I have to say, written so much about him, thought about the memories we shared together, but he was a force. Some of his work included serving on the homelessness task force, briefly as co-chair as well. But he came here often to talk, and he really believed in making change and doing it. And it was more than it wasn't a job for him. It just absolutely, he's going to be missed, but we are going to carry on the work. Morgan, rest in peace and power. We'll take it from here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Zach. Anybody else in the room would like to be recognized? Steve.
Yeah, Steve Whitaker, I see that something's on the consent agenda, but I don't find it in the packet, the emergency cold shelter agreement.
Yeah, we're going to pull that off the consent agenda.
Okay. But I just want to make the point, I overheard again that a counselor interpret that it can only be used below 10 degrees. And for y'all to think it's okay to leave people outside on a night like this, where it's cold, it's wet, and it's near 30, is not okay. And any pretense or any illusion or justification that you think it's okay to do so is just fundamentally immoral. Okay? This is not okay that we have set our bar so low that we can think it's okay to leave. There's dozens of people that I know out wandering around like zombies tonight because they know they got nowhere to sleep because it's not 10 degrees. So that artificial barrier needs to be removed from any agreement and then leave it to the cold weather people that do have some conscience and, empathy to, find the staffing to make it work. But again, I'll reiterate the discussion of porta potties should be off the agenda. You cannot wash yourself and maintain hygiene and maintain comfort and dignity with porta johns. So let's get real and let's walk our talk instead of it's a shame that our senator has to be hearing the same crap so many years later because y'all have done nothing since.
Thanks, Steve. Phyllis.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Phyllis Rubenstein. I live on College Street in Montpelier. Last year, I appeared before the City Council to ask the council to take steps to remove Article 13 from the ballot specifically because of language that is asking that the City Council join others in working to end all support to Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. I'm not here to discuss politics and what should be happening in the Middle East, but just to say that sentence in the resolution that was on the ballot last year in Article 13 on town meeting day is offensive to many because it ignores the history of what has been going on in the Middle East since the beginning of the 20th century. As many of you may be aware, the Vermont Coalition for Palestinian Liberation is again circulating petitions throughout the state to have pro-Palestinian resolutions placed on town and city ballots. Last year, the measure was defeated in Montpelier. Many in the Jewish community felt unsafe and unwelcome by the divisive resolution, and we tried to educate our friends and neighbors about how we felt. This same resolution was submitted to the Burlington City Council in late 2024 in anticipation of the 2025 town meeting election. And the Burlington City Council exercised its discretion and voted against placing the resolution in the March 2025 ballot because it was divisive and would inflame anti-Jewish sentiment. The discretion to reject an advisory petition unrelated to city business applies to all municipalities under state statute and case law. And I am certain that the petition will be submitted to the city clerk's office in the timely fashion, and I am requesting that the council review it and determine whether it's an appropriate matter to be on the city ballot, since it has nothing to do with the running of city business. In addition, I would like to meet with some of my thinkers, and I would like to meet with you, with any of the city council members and mayor, to discuss why we are asking you to do this and to see if you will be able to, if you are willing, if you are going to put it on the agenda in a timely fashion to make a determination whether or not the resolution is appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Phyllis. I do not know that we've received the petition yet. If we do, I'm sure we'll put it on the ballot for action, or the agenda for action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, you had your hand raised. Are you still asking to be recognized? Mark Quinn?
I just take one quick second. I know that you guys have a hard decision ahead of you. I know it's been a lot of work in the city manager search. I also know that a lot of the divisiveness around community talk has really taken its toll on morale amongst city staff. And I think it's important that everybody just hear that for every negative or contrarian or critical voice that you hear in that room or elsewhere, there are at least another dozen people who really appreciate the work that you're doing, who really appreciate the work that staff is doing and the sacrifices that they're making. So that just injecting a note of positivity as you work forward tonight. Thank you for your work.
Thanks, Mark. Alan,
Am I unmuted?
you are unmuted. Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the privilege of being on tonight's agenda. However, given the many crucial budget items you need to address for our community, Doug and I would like to relinquish our time with appreciation. We wish you all a very happy holiday season and respectfully request to be placed on the January 14th agenda after the new year. Thank you once again, and we wish you all the best.
So thank you, Alan. To be clear, are you saying that you would like us to take the Sabins pasture item off tonight and put it on in January?
Yes, sir. You have an awful lot of things that are very important to work on tonight, and we truly respect that.
Great, thanks. Consider it done.
Thank you, sir.
Any, anybody else? Okay, thank you. Now it's time for the consent agenda. We are going to pull item G, the proposed MOU for the cold shelter agreement. And with that, the chair would entertain a motion to adopt items A through F of the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Now, item G, cold shelter agreement. Is that you?
Yeah. Thank you for pulling that off the agenda, and apologies for the hour in which you received the MOU for this item. There are copies in the book. And there's actually just a copy, but nonetheless, it's there. So what I wanted to do is just kind of run through what was provided to you by email. So staff worked on this and has worked on the renovations for the shelter downstairs. And so this is reflective of what we would be looking to put in place with the emergency cold weather shelter board. And so some of the highlighted items that I just wanted to note in here are that this would be open for extreme cold weather, 10 degrees or below is what we talked about last week. And so that's what's here in terms of a key factor. In terms of the effective dates, so this would be effective December 27th through April 30th. The hours of operation would be 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then the other piece that I'll note, and I won't go into it in detail, but to make sure that this is all posted online following this meeting, it's just there are rules of conduct that we would expect of sort of the shelter in place. And also what we've highlighted here are some of the state guidelines. So just making sure that those are, highlighted for use as we go forward. And then, really kind of clearly identifying the board responsibilities, and they are to provide a 24-hour point of contact. So city staff would not be responsible for running the shelter in any way. We really would just be providing the space. The board would also be responsible for the overseeing the shelter operations and staffing, supervising participants during the shelter hours, supplying cleaning products and maintaining a clean facility, ensuring compliance with the shelter rules and arrival and departure times, and to serve as the city's primary operational contact. So it's a little redundant to the 24-hour piece there, but nonetheless, it's there. And then the city responsibilities would be to provide access to the designated space, which is the old teen center at City Hall, but to also retain full authority over City Hall for security and operations purposes. And so I can get into more of the details here. The other thing that I do want to note is that there is a bit in here which will work with Rick DeAngelis and his crew to just make sure that it's good with them in terms of what they're anticipating. But I just want to make sure that we're squared away in terms of liability. I'm not sure what the volunteer team has. I know what we have on the building. So we'll just make sure that those components are in place and agreeable before we sign, but we do need to get something in place before we can open the shelter up so that the expectations are clear, from the get-go. And then the other thing that I do want to note, just in terms of, safety, and for operation, is that we would ask that, folks using the shelter don't sort of linger at City Hall. Because, and that really would be based on behavior. So we just would using the shelter during the hours, and then, departing from there. So I'll take any questions about this agreement, but otherwise what we're looking for is to just, for staff to complete, this memorandum of understanding and get it in place, before, we open things up.
Thanks, Kelly. And is this something you've already gone over with the board and got their agreement too?
So we have talked to the homelessness committee, worked on this a little bit today. And we would be working with the board. We wanted to make sure that we had the terms kind of in place, that council, saw them before we brought them forward. The other thing that I would probably recommend doing, which we have not done yet, is a legal review of this MOU, just to make sure that we're all squared away. And so
Yep.
with your authorization, we would do that all part of the sort of completion of the document.
And the work is already underway in the teen center?
Yes,
How's it going?
it's coming along pretty good.
It is. Right now, we anticipate.
Work's progressing good. Chris Lumbra, Sustainability Facilities Coordinator. Work is progressing good in the former teen center space. We've had 2 or 3 on-site meetings with Andrea Stander was there. Rick DeAngelis has been there. Kind of tweaked the space to fit their needs better. Most recently talked about electrical needs. We'll be getting electrician in there, and expected the shelter will open the Saturday after Christmas. Be ready for occupancy.
Great, thank you.
It's permitted for 20 beds. They intend to just have 15. They think that's all their staff can handle in that space.
Thanks so much to Kelly and Chris for jumping on this so fast and getting this done. And Adrian.
Yep. So thank you for sharing this. I think the MOU looks fine. I just had a question and a follow-up from last meeting. The cold weather shelter folks did offer to help supplement some of the funding. So I think council approved up to $20,000. And so I don't know if there was like a financial agreement or any discussion about that, just to follow up on that offer from them.
So Chris, again, yes, I heard from Rick DeAngelis that the board is going to pay 15 of the $20,000 cost. And we're very grateful for that money.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Jim.
I heard Kelly say that we will ask people not to be on site, but it says in the thing, individuals shall not remain on site. Now, is that legally defensible?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, and so that's why I also said a little bit about the behavioral pieces. We have had several instances in City Hall buildings where, the behavior has not been good. So I think if we could, ask people to depart, that would be best. And if there are issues with behavior, we also wanted to be clear about, not allowing access on a future night if that becomes a problem. And so we will do a legal review, and I can make sure that we ask that question specifically. But we also have been looking into sort of, trespass orders and things of that nature, just to make sure that we're shored up in that way.
Yeah.
I think it's a great question, Jim. It's a
Yeah, it's
public.
not-
building.
Thank you, Jack. It's not really clear, the way it's written right now, because right now it just says they shall not, and then they'll have their use privileges revoked. And are the police going to remove them? I mean, how is that going to be dealt with?
Well, hopefully it won't come to that, but we can certainly make sure that there is clear language in the agreement to not only support if that is something that we do need to put in place, and to make sure that it's legal. But yeah, I'll make sure that there's clarity.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Hence the need for legal review. We've got a lawyer who's gonna be looking it over. Ben,
Yeah, I just want to echo, thank you for putting this together and acting really quickly on the space. And I recognize like the 27th is the target date, that's great. If we should have a night below zero, 5 days from now, is there, I mean, we had talked at the last meeting about potentially an interim solution of the police station, or is there someplace, a city property where people can go in the interim?
Actually, we have been in touch with Rick DeAngelis, and the Unitarian Church, as I understand it, is going to be available in the interim. So there's not need for a interim space.
great.
Thank you.
Comments for any members of the public? Steve?
You've already heard my comment about the only 10 degrees and below. That's cool indifference, and y'all should wake up to that. If this is a memorandum of agreement subject to city's operational needs, it sounds like the city could yank the rug out from under it after we granted an agreement to allow it to be used. That doesn't belong in there. Shall not be used as a daytime shelter. Last year, this Department of Children and Families that was funding this required daytime facilities to keep people from being ejected into sub-freezing weather as part of their condition of getting funding. So I know Rick DeAngelis is bringing that state DCF funding into the equation, and currently our city hall is open during the daytime. People can hang out there, use the bathrooms, etc. So this has discrimination, class discrimination, housing discrimination written all throughout it. Individuals shall not remain on site outside authorized hours. That's just it's baloney. It's just public building and we can use it whenever we want to. But it's, individuals who remain on site beyond authorized hours or violate shelter rules may have shelter privileges revoked. Revoked by who? And for a punishment for using a public building? This is absurd. Did y'all even read this before you're ready to rubber stamp it? You should not approve it. You should not authorize council staff to execute it until you've seen it after legal review. Smoking is not prohibited on city property. Permitted, it's not prohibited on city property either. So again, this is the way we bully people. We allow staff to use our police force to go and harass people with intimidation and innuendo and rules and policies that have no force and effect of law. And it's discrimination and it's civil rights violations. Pets are not allowed in the shelter. Some people need the pets to survive. So I'm glad you used the phrase behavior and ejecting them from City Hall, because that's where you're going.
Thanks, Steve.
Zach Hughes, I'm Montpelier, and I'm also the chair of the homelessness committee. We did review this document today. We appreciate that review. We really appreciate that collaboration. We had the same concerns around City Hall that everyone else has shared around. It's a public area. How are you going to enforce that? And my concern, and I'm reluctant to mention it, is when you talk about revoking people's rights to be there. I'm hopeful that the organization, I believe they have procedures in place that would take reasonable steps to ensure they find a warm space for some folks who need it. It is not acceptable to put someone outside in negative weather. I don't care what their behavior is. And this is in view of Richard Gobia, who froze to death in Barrie. And I've been reluctant to say anything because I know the board over there has worked really hard, and I'm not criticizing them, but I want them to be aware that they have a reasonable responsibility to ensure that people who are ejected from their facility they do reasonable steps to make sure that they are safe. And I thank you for everybody for putting this together. And as for the 10 degrees, well, that's gonna have to be worked out. And I hope y'all can work out the city hall situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. Council members, Carrie?
I'm sorry if this was addressed already and I missed it, but when I saw this today in the homelessness committee, my interpretation of the section that says individuals shall not remain on site outside authorized hours. My interpretation of that was that they would not be inside the old teen center. Not that they wouldn't be anywhere on city hall grounds. And so I just want to clarify that that is not a part of the building that's typically open to the public. So it would be open just between 8 at night and 7 in the morning for the purpose of this shelter. And then it would be closed. And so if someone, this is addressing the idea, I would assume that someone refused to leave and wouldn't go out of the basement. But I guess I'd like some clarification on that.
So I mean, yes, and that's the intention. I mean, this agreement is structured around the emergency shelter and sort of the purpose therein. And then I think some of the comment and discussion here is that, you know, we're also trying to coexist in a space where we do have, you know, normal city business taking place, you know, after those hours. And so it is a public building. It is open to the public. So it's not, we're not saying that people can't be there, but if there are behaviors, they will be addressed, and also just making sure that there are clear guidelines for use of the emergency shelter.
Okay, thank you. I think this is no different from our everyday circumstances. If there are people who are causing problems outside of City Hall or on the steps or inside City Hall, then we take steps to address it. There's nothing special about, I mean, maybe it doesn't need to be in here. Maybe it's better to spell it out to have it be in here, but I just want to be clear that we're not talking about treating the people who are using the shelter any differently than we're treating anybody else. They have access to the public property just like anyone else does, and they're subject to the same restrictions if they cause any problems, just like anybody else is. Okay.
Thanks, Carrie. Dave?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just think 10 degrees is too cold. I mean, that's kind of harsh, isn't it? Couldn't it be 32? That's freezing. The other question I had is 10 degrees when? At a certain time of day? Or, you know, if it dips down and then goes back up, what do you do? I mean, is there a certain trigger point that's absolute and you say, well, now it reached this temperature, so we're good for the next 8 hours? How does that work? But 10 degrees is kind of harsh, I think, if you're going to do this. Could make it a little warmer for people. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. I think that is the condition that was requested by the committee who came to the council, and I don't believe that they're prepared to provide the service under any other circumstances. And so that's why it was put in like that. Ben?
I would also just add, if I remember correctly, they have a process where I believe it's at least 24 hours in advance, maybe even further, when they see the forecast, that's when they kind of mobilize to do it.
And if it edges up, they're not closing shop, yeah.
And if that group figures out a way to serve more people on more nights and comes back to us asking to use the basement more often, I would be happy to do that.
Yeah, we'll certainly say yes, yeah. So Kelly, we're gonna need to get legal review before you're ready to ask the council to approve it? Or how do you want to do this?
So it's tricky. So like we should have this in place before December 27th. And so that's why I really pushed to put this forward. Typically, you know, I would want you to have a little more time to review it, but given the nature of the turnaround and, you know, everything that's going on right now, I mean, what I would recommend is that you authorize staff to execute this agreement pending legal review and, you know, consensus or agreement with the cold weather shelter board, so that then, you know, we can just get this in place for the 27th. That's, you know, how I would kind of see that going. And so if you would authorize staff to execute this agreement, then we will make sure that there's legal review and that, there's agreement. But generally, we would not change any of the components of this agreement substantively. This is what it would be, pending legal review.
So it would be a motion, for example, of authorize the staff to, or authorize the acting city manager to execute the contract pending legal review and barring any substantive changes. Correct. I'll make that motion.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks, folks. And again, thanks Kelly and everybody for putting this together so quickly. All right, next up, meeting with legislative delegation. Welcome.
Good. Good to be back.
Welcome back. Yes.
Yeah.
So why don't you introduce yourselves, starting with Senator Cummings, because you've got seniority.
You looking for?
And Senator Perchlik is here?
Yeah, Don.
Oh, okay, great.
So you just want to start with a brief introduction. I'm Ann Cummings, Dean of the Senate, former mayor, city council, planning commission member in Montpelier. I chair the finance committee. I have for a long time. And we do health insurance and we do the education fund. So as it has been for the last few years, we're going to be right in the middle of everything.
All right, good to see everybody. Connor Casey, represent Montpelier. Hello. I'm on the Corrections and Institutions Committee. I served 5 years on council with some of you guys. Corrections and Institutions will be, I think, a pretty relevant committee for Montpelier this year as state employees transition away from telecommuting back to the office there. We manage all the space in state government and institutions. So, very curious about what we could do with the 4 buildings that are offline, still pending FEMA approval for reimbursement down by the river there. And got a bill, I think that would be of interest, past the House and the Senate, but we're still tweaking it, H50, that was looking at the use of state space and whether that could be converted to housing. It's been dialed back a bit with more of an inventory, but I think we have to have I think it's got to be an all hands on deck as we look at the reallocation of space post FEMA. Montpelier needs to make sure we're using that to serve the needs of the residents and community here. So,
thanks.
Hello, everyone. Ann Watson, former mayor and city councilor, was in this room for about, well, not this room, but in local politics for about 10 years, which was great. But now I'm one of the 3 state senators and chair of the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee. I'm also on the Appropriations Committee with Senator Perchlik. And yeah, happy to tell you more about bills that I anticipate coming up. But really excited this year to be working on issues related to housing and energy.
Thanks. And Senator Perchlik, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Andrew Perchlik, your 3rd state senator, never been the mayor of Montpelier. But my father was the mayor of our hometown at one point, so that's my mayor creds. You have to have some of that to get elected Senate, it seems. And I've been in the Senate for 8 years. This will be my 9th year. I've been on transportation that whole time. So happy to talk about transportation issues. Was on education for 4 years. And then the last 4 years I've been on appropriations, and now I'm the chair of appropriations as my main activity. I live in Marshfield and work for the state in Montpelier.
All right. So,
hi, I'm here too.
Oh, good.
Representative McCann.
Good, I didn't see you. Excellent. Representative McCann. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kate McCann. I, like Connor, represent the great folks of Montpelier and have been doing so since 2022. I sit on the House Education Committee, so we're gonna have our hands full with Act 73 and all of that. I'm looking forward to the school board meeting in early January that we've been invited to. And when I'm not serving Montpelier, I'm teaching at U32. And I'm glad to be here. So thank you for the invite.
Great. So where do we go from here? You all got our statement of the legislation that we're interested in, and I'm interested in what you have, if you have some thoughts about that, about anything there. I know we're ambitious and we want a lot. But I always think, you don't get what you don't ask for, so.
You can.
Okay. Since this may be the first year I'm not on the hot seat, because you don't have anything about property taxes on there. It is quite a list. I would say it is the longest I've ever received or given, and I've been at this since 1985. And all I can say is that if Ann and Andrew can raise the money, because almost everything involves additional funds, I'll be happy to support it. But I doubt that they can raise the money. This is probably going to be a very difficult, it's probably going to be the worst year that I've experienced, just in the level of need and the severity and the fact that we don't seem to have any extra money coming in this year. So it would be very helpful to us if you could prioritize, if you can only get one or two of those things. And the other thing I wanted to check with you is that there's two things that have traditionally been on that list that aren't. And I wondered if that meant that they weren't important to Montpelier anymore. The first is the presence of the state workforce being essential to the vitality of downtown. There was a day when if the state moved one office of 10 people to Waterbury, every merchant and person in state government was down the street complaining and trying to stop it. And the other one is protecting the pilot payment. I wouldn't take that for granted. It's significantly larger than any other town receives. Every other town is facing the same kind of financial stress that Montpelier is. And as a senator, we represent at least two other municipalities that have a large number of state employees. And I hope I don't have to get in the position of picking and choosing, but I would keep an eye on that. We will, but I wouldn't take that payment for granted in these uncertain times.
Well, it's definitely a priority. We didn't even think to put it on, but that's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to talk about anything. I agree with the senator, it's gonna be, it takes all we can do to shake the money tree some year. The tree's getting tougher to shake. Looking at the federal landscape, it's just a horror show, honestly. We got $300 million we're owed for the capital complex on FEMA. I'm not too confident we're gonna get it at this point. I'm not too confident on anything coming from the feds. So I feel like unfairly, so much of the work that should be done by state government, should be done by the feds, is gonna fall on municipalities. And there's gonna have to be a scrappiness to try to cobble together whatever funds you can, just to make sure. The issue, I think, is chaos right now. I'll say that. I'm the chair of the Labor Caucus over there. Just speaking for myself, I think it was intentional by the administration to roll it out all at once there, every department in state government. So there's pure chaos. So people decide, do I really want to work in state government or do I want to work somewhere else? And if you look at the surveys, a lot are moving to the private sector right now, right? Downtown has been abysmal since the flood. But is that because state employees are teleworking, or is it because we have 1,000 vacancies in state government because nobody wants to work in state government these days? That's a big problem, right? And I think as this new plan rolls out there, it has already, I haven't seen a huge uptick in traffic downtown. That's because a lot of people are being moved to Waterbury, right? It's the buildings we have in town that are empty are offline completely. And if you're up at National Life, you're probably gonna go to the cafeteria instead of coming downtown to get a sandwich. So I think we're being sold a false bill of goods by this administration, honestly, on the teleworking. And I wouldn't expect to see great success on that with the current plan going. I think it's intentional chaos to get people to leave state government, honestly. Other issues going on, like it's stuff that affects every community. ICE and corrections, we're looking at ICE very closely. We're complicit, I think, to some extent, by housing detainees in our facilities. They shift them from state to state so they can't get lawyers. Again, like I don't like the idea that we have a contract with ICE. I think the federal marshals are different, and I don't like that we're shipping people out of state too. They go off on a drug charge and they come back with a swastika tattoo because they're interacting with gangs and prisons out of state there. So this is all stuff that affects our communities. In the House, Kate and I are 2 out of 150, right? We have to scream from the mountaintop. We go in this steel cage and we yell and yell and yell. And sometimes we're successful. I think working with the senators, we're really happy that we got $1.2 million directly to the city in flood aid. But it's tough. It's not even partisan, because if you're from a community that's been impacted by a flood, right? We all know. But if you're from a community that hasn't, you don't know. And you might not vote for a generous aid package. So it's been some interesting coalitions trying to do that. But I mean, I'm still aware we're still crawling back from the flood. And we got to make sure our dams are in good shape. We got to make sure the flood commission is well funded. I was happy we got the 100,000 there to start working on the pit. But really, we need to elbow our way to the table as far as all the decisions about the space, the very limited postage stamp of space in city government. We need some of that state land, and we need to be working closely with them. So I can forever. It's great having you guys, because of capitalism Montpelier. We like seeing you up there, advocating with us. It's great having Jack up there as mayor. It was great having the flood commission up there. So we'd ask you, when you have free time with this committee of interest, we can only cover so much ground, but it's good you approved that lobbyist there. Gwen is an excellent lobbyist, and she keeps us constantly in the loop there. So
Thanks, Connor.
thank you.
Yeah, so I saw on your list, there are a number of items that pertain to the Natural Resources and Energy Committee. One of the things that I noted, so you have modernized Act 250 by exempting and streamlining review in designated downtowns, growth centers, et cetera. I don't know if it would be useful to go back a little bit, because we passed a major reform to Act 250 a couple of years ago that is still playing out right now. And it is intended to be the kind of reform that would allow for a municipality, ideally like Montpelier, to be able to take on some of the review that the state might otherwise do, which is, it's very duplicative with your process already. And so hopefully without a lot of extra work, if developments in Montpelier only needed to go through one review, just the city process, and be exempted from Act 250. I think that would be phenomenal for development in the area. And so we're anticipating that the rules for that are going to be coming out soon. And I'm hopeful that Montpelier will find that you all are interested in becoming what is called a tier, or having tier 1A areas, and perhaps also tier 1B areas. And this has to do mainly with where there's already water and sewer in the ground, because those are places that are ripe for development, right? Where it is a lot easier. One of the things that I'm anticipating taking up this session is to further make it easier to develop, especially in places that have water and municipal water and sewer available, because a lot of times there's both a city level review and a state level review of wastewater permits. And there's not necessarily a lot of value add to for the state level permit. And so again, looking to come up with, you know, some criteria for a municipality. Like if you meet these criteria, then a development here would not have to go through a state review. And ideally, that would be largely redundant with what you all are already doing. So again, making it cheaper and easier to develop in areas in Montpelier, which would be very exciting. One of the things that I did want to flag, and this might actually be more appropriate for Senator Perchlik, but you had a number of items about transportation and funding for roads, and I'll let Senator Perchlik talk about that, but I think that's important to talk about where we're at right now as a state in terms of our transportation funding, which is in line with the same themes that there's the funding sources really need to change because we are running out of money there. Other things that I wanted to make sure to talk about. I think I'll leave it at that for now. And happy to chat about other questions. Actually, there is one thing. I did see expanded use of net metering, and I'll just say that is a difficult conversation. It involves the distribution utilities, and I think there could be the potential for expanding it at some point, but it's a difficult cost shift to bear, because if somebody has a net metered system, they're not necessarily paying into or as much into paying for the grid, and so that ends up shifting some of the costs onto people who don't have solar, which is tough. Having said that, I think there are other solutions that we can look at to advance solar in the state of Vermont. It may not look exactly like net metering, but I think there are some other avenues. And one of those is a bill that I'm anticipating this year is in portable solar, or just another word for it would be plug-in solar, which is to say that in Europe, there are these devices which you can just buy at the department store or, you know, your local IKEA or whatever. It's a standalone solar panel, bring it home, put it on your balcony, put it in your yard, and just plug it right into a regular outlet and start generating power and lowering your electric bill. Right now, you could do that, except for you would need an interconnection agreement with your distribution utility. And so the goal of this legislation would be to make it as simple as possible so that people could have access to this technology in Vermont.
Cool. Thanks. Who's up next? Senator Perchlik?
Yeah, I can go. I was interested in your list. Like others have said, it's a long list. A lot of them are requiring funding, which I think will be difficult, but I don't see any here that I disagree with. It'll just be trying to find the funding for. I was interested in under the housing development section, the first section, about providing municipalities flexibility to adopt tools such as vacant building taxes. I was interested if you have any examples, like from other municipalities, because I've heard this from other towns where they have landlords that are just letting buildings deteriorate, fall into the ground, and they're not sure what the best way to approach that is. I've talked to Ledge Council about what different things that we could do, but if there's an example that the city particularly likes or thinks that would be particularly helpful on how to basically encourage those landlords to do something with the vacant building by taxing them at the, you know, their potential value or something like that, I'd be very interested in hearing about that. Also, what you want to see on short-term rental regulations, you know, you're like Stowe, other municipalities have done short-term regulations, so I don't know what you're looking for from the state on that, just more guidance, or do you feel like you need more flexibility? Be interested to know a little bit more about that. And also the Housing Trust Fund, I wasn't sure exactly what that was. But overall, I think as others have said, the budget is going to be tight. Any money that we have set aside from last year when we had some surpluses, it's going to be a discussion with the governor about whether that should be used to lower property taxes in the education fund or fund other priorities. And as also was said, the transportation fund is down and had a downgrade by the economists in July, and I'm afraid that we're going to have another one in January. They already had to lay off some AOT employees and are really trying to find projects to cut. So paving, money to municipalities for local roads, I think it's going to be tougher. We're, for the first time since I've been in the Senate, we're going to have a transportation committee meeting out of session. So tomorrow morning, all morning is a meeting about the stuff. The transportation committee is meeting to try to figure out what we're going to do. There needs to be some new funding or some pretty drastic cuts to have the transportation program align with the transportation funding.
On the transportation fund, is there any reasonable prospect of seeing a way to generating some funds from people like me who drive electric cars, so we're not paying a gas tax? Is there any?
Yeah, we should
that?
be paying. You should be paying your $89 additional registration fee that EVs and hybrids pay. That's probably not equal to what you were paying gas tax. So if that could, change a little bit, but there's 10,000 electric vehicles or something like that. Even if we charge them double, it's not going to make a big difference. So, there's talk about things like that are, I would say, fiddling around on the edges. But if we need $33 million, something like that, along that line, we need to have something that's a little bigger. It's one of the talks thing is that a third of the purchase and use tax on vehicles goes to the education fund. So transportation folks would like to get that back to the transportation fund, but that would leave a pretty large hole in the education fund that's already has a large hole in it. So it's unlikely to happen. But those are some of the discussions that are happening there. I'm interested to see if the changes we made to the local option tax split is going to, how much of a positive impact that will have on Montpelier. Really interested in working with Connor, Representative Casey, on how the city and the state complex work and how we can maximize the city's benefit and also unload some of the things that the state kind of complains about. I think there's a lot of opportunities there, but there's some more work to be done for sure on that, the relationship and what exactly the best path forward is, and what the Montpelier Commission's work with the federal building and the state interest of that area too. Willing to continue to collaborate with the city on that.
Great, thanks. And Representative McCann, do you have anything?
Sure. I would just say that those who know me, I've dedicated my adult life to educating young people. So education is my game, and that's the lane that I stay in. But when I saw the third bullet supporting the unhoused Vermonters and community health, that includes education and includes young people. We know that we have families who are unhoused, and we also know that what we're seeing in schools is an uptick in some mental health issues among our students, and that's pushing costs up. So it's in everyone's best interest to see us do something about that. So in particularly bullet 2 and 3, if you don't have this up in front of you, that's expanding regional mental health, substance use, and domestic violence services, and supporting the use of state-owned lands for temporary and transitional housing. I think we could do that third bullet perhaps without much money. And so I'd like to look for areas in here where we could make some progress without having to ask for too much funding. And then, yeah, I think I'll just stick with that for right now.
Great, thanks. Council members, any Sal, starting with you.
A couple of things caught my attention. Thank you for being here and for everything you're doing and trying to do. It sounds like it's getting harder and harder. Senator Watson, you mentioned Tier 1A designation, which we are going to apply for and hopefully get. One of the issues, talking particularly to small developers, but I think it applies across the board, is that appeals of permitted projects it's a very low bar to appeal. And while the city can adjust the fees to appeal, we can't adjust the criteria of who has standing. One of the ideas is that if a permitted project passes Montpelier's DRB and it's in Tier 1A, it should be exempt from appeal. Something to consider. Would help a lot with the housing issue, I think.
Thank you for raising that. So there is a appeals study that I believe has just come out this month or is about to come out.
Got 6 studies.
Did you?
I read them all.
And it's about how to reform the appeal process, particularly for Act 250. And there was an attempt last year to also modify how municipal appeals would work. And we held off on doing that in part because we thought it would make sense to see what the study would say about Act 250 and ideally make those processes align, to have them go through a similar process if that made sense. I'm not sure if my understanding is that there may be a bill to do some Act 250 appeals reform this year. I think it's the gist of it was mainly to move the appeals to the Land Use Review Board with the intent that they would be faster, because this is one of the goals. And I mean, I remember being in this seat and with you all and having appeals be a difficult topic. But one of another idea that's floating around out there is to say, what if there was a process by which, we could have the time for appeals be at the moment of planning, to be very prescriptive about what would qualify in a particular zone. And then once that plan is approved, then you can move forward with that project and the opportunity for appeal has happened. Now, to be fair, this is not something that I think is going to come up this year. I think that idea needs to be talked about, but it is similar to what you are talking about. And so I think I think it's worth talking about, but it is important to acknowledge that people have a constitutional right to appeal. So we want to make sure that we are staying within the Constitution.
Well, I'm happy to hear that you're discussing it in such detail. I look forward to seeing how it turns out.
And Senator Perch, like I see you've got your hand up on this point.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, I think there is the governor said he was going to be introducing or, through some legislator, a permit by right bill, which I support. I'm interested to know if Montpelier Council supports that, which I think is similar to what Senator Watson was talking about, by trying to get neighbors and citizen participation up front. And so then if a permit is issued and it's, follows the zoning and there wasn't some kind of mistake made, then there is no appeal because you followed the zoning of the town. So I know the governor, it's going to be part of his recommendation. So I think it will come up this year.
Great. Well, Senator Cummings.
I was on Housing and Economic Development last biennium where the first homes bill went through. And we were told that the committees were set up so that natural resources and housing would battle it out. And we did. I think there was a bill that was rewritten, and as one committee was working on it, somebody was in the hall already writing amendments. And as with a lot of legislative process, we know the appeals prevent a lot of development. And in some instances, that's the purpose of the appeal. If I can tie you up long enough, you get tired, it gets too expensive, and you go home. We also know that there is a great concern about protecting the environment and not, as our original concern is not turning Vermont into looking like Levittown on Long Island, where it's just house after house after house all over the landscape. All I can tell you is we're aware of the problem and we're continuing to fight it out. There is I think the governor has found his blunt instrument, which seems to be his favorite tool. And that will force us to do some more work this year, but we're aware of the problem. We're aware of the housing problem, particularly. It's on the top of the agenda.
Thanks, Jim.
First of all, thank you all for being here and taking the time out of your busy lives. I think my question is probably to Kate. I'm part of the homeless committee, and we would like to get somebody that kind of like Barry has, Tess Taylor. And we're wondering if there's a pot of money that is just designated for like homeless issues, and who would be the one in the legislature or in the state that we would approach?
I don't see anybody reaching for your checkbook.
Probably, you're looking for someone from Montpelier or just someone in the legislature?
We want somebody in Montpelier that can be a dedicated person like Barry has that deals with this. And, that's why we joined the situation table. But who in the state would know if there were funds like Barry got for Montpelier to get?
I bring in the commissioner of BCF, honestly. I think it's well within your right to pull commissioners into this body, because the state has largely just shirked their responsibility on homelessness, Yep. Like the hotel voucher program was a horrible program in many ways because we're getting fleeced by the hotels, there was some rough behavior going on in there, but people had a roof over their heads. They had a lock that they could do to keep them safe at the end of the night. And we prematurely got rid of that program, essentially, after COVID there, without having any creative solutions to come up with a backup. And that's resulted in what you're dealing with right now. We've just put it on the cities.
And if Section 8 housing continues to shrink or goes away, as the president has said he would like to see it go away, there were many meetings offline and trying to decide if there was enough of a crisis to have an emergency board a couple weeks ago over Section 8 housing. But that's another issue to watch. The feds at the last minute came through with some funds, and we didn't have to come up with state funds at this time, but that's going to be some of the conflict between the money that got set aside last year. That's the money we use to pay SNAP benefits. We know we will not be reimbursed for the money we put out, and I think it was between $7 and $9 million. We think we'll get reimbursed for LIHEAP, but we had a reserve there, so we were able to start LIHEAP on time. But we know that Medicaid cuts, most of the hospitals in this state are seeing their books in shades of red or pink. And many of them, if not most, are dependent on Medicaid for funding. And so as that gets cut, they're going to be under further pressure. The phased down of the provider tax, which the state uses to up our state Medicaid reimbursement, as that gets phased down, we will have less money to reimburse, and that's going to put further pressure on our hospitals and healthcare system, which Montpelier doesn't have a hospital anymore. And, but for many of our smaller rural communities, there is a real danger. They're already losing services. Obstetrics is the biggest one that because it's expensive, we aren't having enough babies to support it. That's going first. In the pediatrics has been looked at. Other had a primary care cut over in the valley. We've had psychiatric inpatient cut here. And as it looks that the tax credits for the healthcare exchange, the online, are not going to be reimbursed. We're anticipating some major impacts, not just on insurance rates, but as young people decide I'm probably better off not paying for insurance and paying out of pocket and hope I don't get seriously ill or smash up my motorcycle. That's going to take the young and the healthy out of the insurance pool, which is going to further put economic pressure on the entire system. So it's not a city problem, but it is because it's your citizens that are going to be impacted. And it could play into the whole homeless thing. It's going to be a major issue this year.
Anything else from other members of Karen?
Yeah, so thank you so much for being here. I have a whole giant list of things I want to say, but I'm going to not say every single one of them. But I wanted to respond to Senator Perchlik asking about what it is that we would like clarification on in terms of short-term rentals or vacancy tax. And I'll tell you that I'm on the homelessness committee and I'm subcommittee of that, which actually just met today to talk about vacancy tax and short-term rentals. And I think that at this point, we're in a position to make some proposals to City Council to move ahead without necessarily needing changes from the state. But stay tuned as we figure out that there might be things that we want to ask for. I just want to echo the need to address the appeals process. You know, we feel like we really covered that, but I just want you to hear it again from another member of the council that this is hugely important to us and we need action at the state level to be able to really address it. And then health insurance, Senator Cummings, you were just talking about how expensive it all is. This is, I don't know what the state can do or should do, but I do want you to hear from us, something that I know you already know, which is that our municipal budget is raising at a much higher rate than the cost of living rate of inflation. And part of that is because of health insurance costs. And that we have really, we can scrimp and save and we can cut here and there, but health insurance costs just keep going up. And it is a huge impact on our tax rate and a tax burden on our citizens and keeping us from spending money on other things that would be of more service to the community. So I know you know that, but I want to get that on the record. And then there's just one other thing that I want to mention that is not something that was on the legislative agenda. This is just coming from me. But as sitting on the Board of Civil Authority and going through the property tax appeals process, I feel like I have seen in the past year or two that people who are qualifying for income sensitivity are not getting as much money from the state as they used to. And that we're having people come in or for property tax abatement also is another one where people are coming in and they're saying, I can't pay my taxes. I could pay my taxes up until this past year because the state was assisting me. My income didn't change, but something at the state level changed. And I don't know what those details are, but it's affecting quite a number of people who are not able to pay their taxes now. And then the other little piece of that is that the timing of when those decisions are made and when those payments are issued from the state does not line up with the timing of the city sending out its tax bills and people being able to pay their tax bills with the payments that they receive. So I will stop there. Thank you.
I have a guess as to what might be going on. Since we also represent Stowe and it has even higher property values than Montpelier. But income sensitivity is limited to in your income that is sensitized, and it is limited in your housing value that is sensitized. And housing values have skyrocketed. And we have not made that adjustment in the present system because we're supposed to be moving to the, what does the administration call it? The new world. And the Act 73 does make changes, and I have concerns about it because it bases your sensitivity payment on your income, so that if you are a moderately income retired person, but you live in a high value town, you may not, even under this new system, do as well as you used to. And that's a massive bill, and it's going to take massive tweaks. The hope is that it is more understandable, because the present system, it's based on last year's taxes and last year's income. So when we saw that huge 18% spike that we got down to 14, we had to go back and make sure that you were going to get rebated based on this year's tax bill, not last year's, because if we'd gone to the year before, people would have gotten nowhere near what they needed. So there are changes. They aren't happening all at once. Everything in the bill is dependent on districts being reorganized. I know there'll be changes this year, but I don't know exactly what they'll be. But all I can tell you is, yeah, it's the housing values have gone up faster than, and last year you couldn't get any traction. We also have a lot of towns where the non-homestead rate is actually lower than the homestead rate, which when we set those 15, 20 years ago, we knew that eventually cross, just because school spending goes up faster. But I haven't been able to get any traction to adjust that either, and there would be winners and losers, and there would be pain on some level. So at this point, everything to do with property taxes is in flux.
And to throw in another piece of that, the income threshold for the municipal side of the income sensitivity has not caught up. It hasn't, it's still like $47,000 or something. And so that's, you're likely to be hearing from the mayors about that.
Good, because I tried to change that several years ago, when I had a Montpelier resident who had been living on $47,000 a year, and her husband, who was in a nursing home, reached the point we had to do $2,000, $7,000 drawdown from his retirement account. That put them over the limit. And for $5,000, she lost something like $15,000 in
tax relief,
in tax support. And I was told, well, that involves municipal tax rates, and we're not touching those. So if we can get the mayors to be on board.
we just had a meeting of the
Good.
Mayor's Coalition last week, and it seems like some of the people are interested in
Okay,
it.
if we can get a coalition going with that,
Great.
find some place.
Great, thank you. Ben?
Yeah, I just thank you again for being here. I'll be really quick just to highlight a few items that I think are of particular importance. Like, location-based appeal relief. And then the other thing I just really want to say is thank you to the delegation for securing that appropriation to the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission to do feasibility planning on the federal building. And that helps secure too a Northern Borders Regional Commission grant to continue the same process. So there's good work being done there, but I would say like that's a big deal for our city. And there's going to be a role for the state to play, and we're going to need advocates. And then the other thing I would just quickly say is local option tax. Thank you for your work on that. It's been really great for Montpelier, to fill some holes, literally. And so these next two things are related. I think we're still really, as really recovering from the flood. And I think what's been challenging about that is people trying to recover, but not prepare or have the resources to prepare for the next one. Right. And so I know that the administration is going to advocate for an increase in the cap on the tax credit program for the downtown village tax credits that has a thing in it that you can use for flood mitigation. So it's a really great tool that could be used for downtown businesses. And, it would be great to see the cap increase to allow more people to do that. And then potentially leverage local option tax. I know that the municipalities in the state are always fighting over the percentage, but I think if you're a community like Barry or Montpelier that has, significantly suffered from a natural disaster, maybe there could be like a temporary, maybe for 5 years, say, you can have 100% of your local option tax provided you put it towards flood mitigation. And I know that the financial picture this year is extremely bleak and everything's going to be a fight, but I just really am grateful for your leadership in there and that you're fighting for us.
I don't want to keep you too long. We've been going for a while. I think we have time for a couple of public comments. Peter Kalman, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Jack. Peter Kalman, Montpelier. I just would like to just comment on the elephant that is in the room, and Ann Cummings has been alluding to it, which is that in some ways we're talking to the wrong folks, the legislature. You guys do great things. You pass rules and you pass laws, but we're living in a country with a very strong executive orientation. We're living in a state with a very strong executive orientation. And so in some ways, we need to figure out some ways for the localities, the municipalities, and the legislature to put pressure on the administration to actually carry out the intent of what the laws are, not to be constantly fighting it, which at least we can see, but what we can't see as easily unless you're down in the trenches, which I have been on a number of these matters, where the administrative bureaucracy is strangling the baby. There are so many ways in which the administrative departments prevent the intent from taking place. So as you're passing bills, try to figure out some way to word them in a way that it makes it more difficult for the administration to not carry out the intent. And meanwhile, we should all figure out ways that we can bring pressure. So you should come to us and say, hey, we've got this great bill. Put pressure on the administration. Anyway, it's just an exhortation. It's not really an ask. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
If I can jump in response to that. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. And this is something that we are absolutely dealing with. There have been, I think, good bills that have passed that are still in process of being carried out. For example, dam safety rules. I know the folks that are working in the dam safety program they're overworked and they need more people. But dam safety is so important across the state, and so the fact that they haven't filed the rules yet, I think, is problematic. And that's just one example. There are many examples of bills that have passed that direct rulemaking, and the rulemaking has stalled. And so happy to talk more about that if it's useful.
James.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to step up, please.
Mike, where would you like me?
Right up where the senators are. Yes.
Deal with my legislature.
Heather, thanks for coming. I appreciate that.
Remember to tell everybody who you are.
James Moore lives here in town, and endeavoring to bring some housing. So I understand that it's going to be a very challenging budget year, and that many of the city's requests have a price tag on them. I would love to see Montpelier be able to achieve that price tag through growing our grand list. And when Montpelier achieves 75 units a year, that's roughly $500,000 in additional local and municipal taxes. That would shorten that list pretty dramatically. And I hear Senator Cummings saying, look, when you've been involved in Montpelier politics for a long time and understand that the appeals process has been an issue for a long time, that how many years ago heard those challenges here? I would just ask, address it this year. To say we're going to talk about it but not do anything again is really frustrating, because there is the momentum, there is the focus, and I've had enough conversations that I believe that there is a path that can move forward this year. And to not do that would be a real disappointment, and I think a real challenge for our city. I mean, we're half of our city council members at least raising it tonight. So I would ask that you make it happen this year, and I'm happy to help if I can. Thanks for your time.
Dave Bellini.
Hi, I'm Dave Bellini, longtime resident of Montpelier. Hello, everybody. State delegation, great people. Let me start. I'll stay in my lane. First, what can we get? How can the state help us? I think every town. Number one, build a mental hospital. The closing of Waterbury State Hospital was incredibly foolish. The experts were ignored, the employees were ignored, and the people that made that decision, they washed their hands of it, and they're mostly not in the legislature anymore. So that was a big goof. And everybody's concerned about the homeless. Well, the state hospital is a better place to live than under a bridge with a tarp over you. So you just have to do it. Yeah, an institution. Prisons. You can't push everybody out of prison and expect miracles. We actually had much better social services in the 80s and 90s than I think the state can provide today. And those services took place in prison. I worked in a substance abuse unit inside a prison where we did real therapy work. And when folks got out, it was based more on behavior and merit. And if we needed to refer people out, there were halfway houses where you could send them for a year, not for 3 nights or 7 nights, for a year, and some were even 18 months. So I've seen all those services get cut or eliminated, and I think that's just a mistake. That will solve some problems if you would do that. It takes courage, and you have to say, no, Thomas Saz wasn't right about everything. Deinstitutionalization went way too far. There is compassion in institutions, and there can be, and there was. Housing, when I was a kid in Montpelier, people lived in substandard housing in Montpelier and in Burlington. And people cried and said, oh, no, we can't have these people living like that. They got to have this. They got to have, hot and cold running water. You can't have a wall that's not insulated properly. You can't have this. You can't have that. We'll prohibit it. So they're living under a bridge, some of them. And where they were living in substandard housing was certainly better. So I mean, I don't want to go back in time, but if you're not going to do what you say you're going to do, I don't mean you guys, I mean the legislature as a whole body is vastly different than the individuals who compose it.
Thanks, Dave. That is your 3 minutes.
3
Thank
minutes. I'm done.
jump in on that. Like, I think Dave makes some good points. Because like, the Waterbury State Hospital was a horrible place and we should have closed it. But we didn't deinstitutionalize people. We just moved them to other institutions. And those institutions are prisons and homeless shelters, like you're saying now. So it's good to move away from institutionalization, but you need to fund the community care. And that's not what we did as the state of Vermont. And we're really missing some of those mental health beds across the state now. There's a real shortage.
Well, I can tell you, in my day job, I'm over in the building lobbying on mental health issues. And every time I go to a committee, whatever the bill is about mental health, the first thing I say to the members of the committee is that the best thing, most effective thing you can do to improve the mental health system in Vermont is to radically increase the funding for the community mental health system. At any given time, there's probably 1,000 vacancies in the community mental health system. And so programs, other assistance, housing, all vital. Senator.
I was mayor when we first closed the state hospital. And the Montpelier police force picked up a lot of the social work. And we did it well. We said we did it because community-based services were better. I wasn't there then. But we never did supply the money. And I'm on record, I say it at least once a year, we have chronically underfunded the community-based health services. We get to the last night of the budget and we level fund all those community-based services, home health, yeah. And we're paying the price. More likely people out there are paying the price. We went through a lot of discussion over the sizing of the state hospital up here with the regular hospital. And the issue came down to Medicaid would not pay for just having somebody stay in a bed and be cared for and be watched. They would only pay, and Jack, I'm gonna look to you because my memory is that was a while ago. They would only pay for treatment, but not for custodial care. And we at one point were trying to locate what was that tent city in Middlesex for try and put that up where the state police are now. But the concern was that Medicaid EMS would say, nope, you're just setting up a campus and you just, moved them down. And apparently that's what they said because the state police weren't there instead. So we know there's an issue. We know we have an awful lot of people out there on the street with mental health and substance abuse issues. But without some federal support, we haven't come up with the money to do what needs to be done. But yeah, maybe the state, I got lost down in those dungeons more than once, was a terrible place. But it's better than sleeping on the sidewalk in the weather, in this weather.
Thanks. Steve, last comment.
I'm going to try to give you some examples that may be nearer term and actionable. Tourist Information Center, the state waffles around a lot about that. The merchants want it. We own the transit center. We'd like a concerted effort to get the state to participate in the Tourist Information Center, replacing the one that was destroyed by the flood. District heat, the city's going to need more of the plant capacity. What we have is about enough for the Elm Street properties, but not enough to expand further in the downtown area. So we need help negotiating with the state for a higher share and a more comprehensible financial model for the capacity charges in the district heat. It's an incredible resource, but it's really underutilized both municipally and statewide. And they need less of it now. State-owned lots for housing along the river, parking underneath, housing above, public safety dispatch. There's still 9 million in general fund sitting there in that reserve. Washington County needs a radio system upgrade conditioned on governance. We lacked the governance. We had some of these people conspire to demolish the Regional Public Safety Authority. Very unwise. Now we would have to restart it to create the governance, replace the radio system, and fill the gaps in both the land mobile radio and the cellular. Make it a pilot project, failing over probably to St. Johnsbury or something. It's exactly what they spent $2 million at the state level, but they've gone nowhere. All it is a vague plan. Right-of-way monetization. We've exhausted the capacity to tax the private property, but there's been on the books for 15 years, there's been a tax for communications providers of the public right-of-way, and it's never been collected. And we could not only collect it from communications, we could collect it from all utilities on a mill rate based on how much of the public right-of-way they use. And on the state highways, it would go into the T fund and pay for the cellular build out of the dead zones. But municipalities could get it for their municipal right of ways as well and fund their public safety communications from it. So that's just a very ripe model of low hanging fruit because there's statute already in the books that needs tweaking. And the study was sandbagged. This amendment was sandbagged that they didn't even look at the study that V-Trans had done 10 years prior. So the governor has basically said, ignore it. It looks like a tax increase. It's a damn tax that's been on the books for 10, 15 years that we haven't collected. And we need penalties for public records violations. Without them, people
Thanks,
fly
Steve.
in the face of it.
Thanks, Steve. Folks, thank you very much for being here.
Thanks very much, everybody.
Really appreciate everything you do for us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Put bill in, but we're past our deadline.
Yep.
So. But I am gonna be looking at a second home tax. I'm sure there will
Great.
be some movement around short-term rentals. There will be some housing.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank,
If I can just add one thing, if in the future, if we can do it sooner before our deadline, which the bill request deadline is December 1st. So I realize it may not be on your radar or as imminent that the legislature or the session is coming, but if we can do this before December 1st, then we still have the opportunity to put in bills. It's more flexible.
Yeah.
But yeah, the second year, it's not.
great.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Good to see you. All right, folks. Now we're up to city manager search. We have this scheduled for an hour and we're moving forward with this. I anticipate that we'll be going into executive session, but I want to, we've received good input from, we've got emails and we've got surveys from members of the public. But before we go into executive session, I want to provide one final opportunity for members of the public to make some comments. So I'll open the floor either for people online or for people in the room who would like to be heard on this. Steve.
Online. I'm prepared yesterday.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll take a comment from Dave Bellini.
I won't take long. I was like a shopper when I watched the two candidates. I liked them both. I couldn't make up my mind. And they seem like really nice people. I do want to say one thing. When Pope Francis died, the Catholics put in a pope in 17 days to lead 1.4 billion people in almost every country on earth. There's a lesson there. 17 days.
Thanks, Dave.
Steve Whitaker, this is not about whether the two remaining candidates are capable people. It's about whether this process has produce candidates who are a fit for the specific crisis Montpelier is in under the city's own job description and priorities. The city defined a role that requires proven executive municipal experience. The city's own recruitment materials describe the city manager as the chief executive of a complex municipal organization responsible for multi-million-dollar budgets, labor negotiations, regulatory, requiring executive level municipal leadership. This was not framed as a learn on the job position. It was framed as stabilization and recovery hire. Neither remaining candidate meets the city's own stated thresholds. Without naming names, the record now shows that one remaining finalist has never served as a city manager or chief executive. The other has significant gaps in directly relevant experience, particularly around crisis governance, legal exposure, and organizational restructure. During interviews 2 nights ago, when asked about specific Montpelier challenges, answers consistently relied on generic language about alignment and partnerships and transparency, abstract leadership philosophy, anecdotes from materially different jurisdictions. What was missing were concrete demonstrations of having taken over a troubled city, confronted entrenched organizational dysfunction, managing regulatory or litigation-driven crisis, making politically difficult staffing and structural decisions. That mismatch matters because Montpelier is not in a steady state moment. Montpelier is in an active governance and compliance crisis. Any serious candidate must be prepared on day one to deal with unresolved brownfield compliance failures, active procurement and conflict of interest exposure, White and Burke, federal and state funding risk, erosion of public trust, ongoing litigation and public records disputes. These are not hypothetical future challenges. They're present conditions documented in city and state records and repeatedly brought to the council's attention. A candidate who has not already lived through comparable situations will be learning at the city's expense. The interview format masked those. I'm just skipping over this. Reopening the search is not a failure. It is risk management. Reopening the search would acknowledge that the current pool does not match the city's stated needs. Off script, we were denied the opportunity that we were promised to interview 4 candidates. You basically pick the wrong 4 finalists, and we ended up only having 2. So there is a responsible interim option, retain a seasoned retired city manager on a fixed term basis while targeted transparent search is conducted, a best practice repeatedly recommended for cities in transition. The question the council must answer publicly: if neither remaining finalist has demonstrated prior success doing what Montpelier now urgently needs done, why would we knowingly proceed anyway? That is the question that will linger for staff or residents and for the next manager if the council moves forward without real search.
Thanks, Steve. Folks, are there any other comments from the public? Okay, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session with our consultant, Ian Coyle, to discuss the appointment of a public official.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. We will go into executive session next door and we'll be back when we're back.
Yeah. Lots of fun, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Who knows how long we'll be in there. Yep, hopefully.
All right, is everybody back? Jim, you're back? Okay, great. The chair would entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Is there, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. Thank you, folks. We have news, although probably not as much news as you're hoping for. We have agreed unanimously on a candidate for the next city manager. We are not in a position to announce the name because sometimes things happen and the person that we've decided to offer the job to it may not work out. So I can tell you all that we have an agreement or we have a candidate, but we're not able to announce it at this point. But I believe Councillor Brown has a motion.
I move to direct our consultant to offer the position of city manager to our identified candidate and begin the contract negotiation process.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. I will be getting in touch with the candidate tonight and we will go from there. And at 9:23, it is time for our 8:30 break. So see you back here in about 10 minutes. Already. Jim's back, everybody's back. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. With slight change in the agenda, we're going to take up item 9, the tax stabilization agreement for Main Street first. Mike, is that you?
Yes, Mike Miller, Planning Director. So this is the second of 2 public hearings, which is required as part of the policy.
Oh, so I opened the public hearing.
Okay. In advance of approving a tax stabilization contract. So you saw at the last meeting, we have an application for Main Street Apartments LLC. They've requested a tax stabilization for 29 Main Street, also known as 27 Main Street, and that is the old Walgreens building. You're trying to figure it out. After reviewing their development proposal, the Planning and Community Development Department staff have recommended to the acting city manager and City of Montpelier to enter a tax stabilization contract of 7 years based on the formulas that are in our policy. We did have one question at the last hearing from Councilor Brown about what happens if we don't have things that match up with what was in the application. So what we do tonight, what you would be doing tonight, is approving the tax stabilization agreement, but the contract will not be signed until Marty gets all the final results. So when they come back in with their final COs for the building, we would confirm that they have 15 units and $600,000 worth of improvements. If it's more or less than that, and actually all of it, because it's a percentage, it would all be calculated into the contract based on what the final results are.
Mike, one of the questions that I think came up last time, but I'm interested in is we know there's a promise for the 15 units, and the question is, can we condition the contract on a determination that how the units be apartments for permanent housing and not for short-term rentals?
I believe it's that the answer to that is going to come down to, well, the first thing we can do is we did ask Lucky, and he's here. He is the owner of Main Street Apartments LLC, and he said he does not intend to rent these out as Airbnbs. Now, that's also slightly technically a slightly different use. It's not a residential unit if they are rented out as B&Bs. So the tax stabilization agreement is talking about rental units in order to get the extra year. So if it was not a rental unit, then
it doesn't qualify.
It becomes lodging instead of residential.
Great. Mr. Boardman, would you like to step up and say anything? Okay, fair enough. All right. Since this is a public meeting or public hearing, I'm interested in if there are comments from any members of the public, either in the room or online. All right, I don't think I see any, so I will close the public hearing. Council members, what's your pleasure? Really good.
We're looking for a motion to approve the tax stabilization agreement.
Yes.
Yeah, I move that we approve the tax stabilization agreement.
Is there a second? It's seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, there we are. Thank you for adding to the housing stock. All right. Next up, budget workshop. I can tell everybody that the chiefs and department heads of fire, police, and DPW are here. I'm not asking them to do a presentation, but they're prepared to answer questions as they come up. But Sarah, you're up.
So I will be brief. Sarah LaCroix, the finance director. On the screen, you'll see the City of Montpelier website page. Here, if you click on the community engagement portal, it will take you to Zen City. where if you scroll down, you can find the FY27 budget. Here, if you click View Project, everything related to the FY27 budget is here. What I wanted to take you here for, and what you'll see there in the morning, is the budget book you all received. But at the very bottom of this page is where the documents live. And so here where you can see the different workshops from before, the 26 final budget, along with the budget options worksheet that is here. That is a great tool that I would advise anybody who's looking to see what the impact on the tax rate for a specific item is to use. And so with that, I'll take you quickly into the budget book that was sent out. It is a lot of pages. It is 362 pages, full of great detail. You'll see there's a table of contents that links you to each section, takes you through the budget overview, the letter from the city manager. It also takes you through narratives from the different departments about what's in this year and our priorities and vision and alignment with the strategic plan. You'll also see at the back, I've added several documents: the strategic plan, the city's organization charts, the city manager budget presentation you saw, as well as the different budgets and the debt capital plan, wage summary, budget workshops we've done. So I think you have everything here in this document that you could possibly need to review to get through, what will be difficult budget conversations in January, I'm sure. But I think this, coupled with the workshops, gives you a great starting point to work through. And so if there is more detail than in this table of contents, if you click the bookmarks on the side, I'll get there. Well, it worked nicely for me earlier, but on the side, yeah, you can't see my screen. Awesome. Try one more time. Bear with me. Okay, back to table of contents, budget book. So again, these links, like if you click on them, it'll jump you right to that section and take you through revenues. You'll see expenses with narratives by department throughout here. Also in the side on Adobe PDF, usually within the bookmarks. I think it's taking a minute to load here, but there's even further detail that will take you exactly to where you want to go within each section of this, which I hope is helpful. But I tried to hit, like I said, on all of the big items in the table of contents, take you right to your strategic plan, the city's organizational charts, the budget presentation you got last week, along with all of that detail. And so with that being said, I will stop this share and I will share the budget options worksheet. Perfect. So this is very similar to what you've seen in the past. We condensed the top items because they weren't adding as much value as they used to when all of those items were funded. So just seemed time to make that easier. So you can see here, the only sections you should be able to edit on this sheet are the section in green, along with the section at the bottom here where you can change your annual property taxes. And so you can see with the budget as we sit today, I have not updated the school rate because at the time of this build that was not available. The benefit charges aren't changing, and you can see on the average home, with all things including the ballot items, it's about a $388 increase in municipal property taxes, and that includes the library, Mosaic, CVHHH, and the community fund that's in there. And so the way that this works is you can take anything from that city manager's presentation or anything you like within the budget detail and plunk it into these boxes here. There's room for notes and descriptions. And then, for example, 1 cent increase on the tax rate is about $131,000. So you can see down here, if I plunk in 131,342, it equates to that 1 cent. You can see what it does to the increase overall, and then how that would impact your tax rate, and vice versa. If there are things you would like to subtract from this, it works the same way. So you can see the change from year to year goes down, the percentage goes down, and you can see how those items will impact the budget based on your priority and need versus cost and percentage increase on the tax rate. And so I found that this tool is really helpful, even for me, as we work through the budget build, to, as I, above the line, below the line, to try to figure out where I felt things should land in importance and priority. And this year, I mean, and every year I've been here, it's been a super difficult task. So I'm not envious of the decisions that are ahead of all of you, but I am here to help you make them. And I hope that the detail you've gotten in this budget book and throughout the workshops and presentations, as well as these tools, help make that process easier this year than it has been in the past. And so with that, that's really happy to answer any questions you have. We've got the big departments here if you have them, but I think, there's a lot of information here to digest and read. I think then, we worked really hard on the narratives to try to help, explain what's in and why. And so, what I would encourage is, if you have questions now, we'd be happy to answer them. But then, the first meeting in January, when we come back ready to plug and play in this spreadsheet, and we can work through and get to a budget we can come forward and do the first budget hearing with. So I think at least you'll be able to see what changes you want to make and how they impact. And then, last year it worked well when people made motions and we voted and put things in and out. And so once we get to, where we feel we're comfortable, happy to.
Thanks, Sarah. Council, do you have any questions? I realize we just got this afternoon. There may not be any questions. Yes.
Oh, yeah, that was my next question. Who would like a hard copy? I will print them and get budget books ready tomorrow.
Yes.
The pulp industry is struggling. Forest products. I would like one.
I don't blame you. As much as I believe in everything, tech, sometimes writing notes and flagging things is helpful for me too.
So,
Yeah.
You're more of a geezer than I am, so I'm surprised you're saying no, but,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
I will run off 2 copies. I'll let you guys know when they're ready. And then I'll make sure that there's 1 copy in City Hall in the clerk's office in case there are people who want to come see one physically.
Thanks, Sarah. Sarah, I really appreciate your being willing to carry this through and work 2 jobs in January to make sure to get us to the finish line.
I have to say, the budget book is not what I hoped and dreamed it would be, but all things considered, without the software and what had to go into this, I'm really proud of this product that's in front of you. So,
Really does.
yeah, I'm gonna finish strong.
Finish strong, yep. I'll take comments from the public if there are any, no questions. But you're not ahead of us on content. All right, thanks, Sarah. We'll move on to the next agenda item. We just saved a lot of time on the agenda. Country Club Road RFP.
Well, I'll keep it shorter than I was going to. We've, the Country Club subcommittee has been meeting for 12 weeks, 20 meetings in 12 weeks. It is. I was amazed when I saw that. All the meetings were remote, a strict 1 hour time limit, 8 o'clock in the morning. I realized it wasn't convenient for everybody. And we only had 1 executive session, so it was really quite a public. It was open to the public the entire time. I just wanted to thank the members of the community and the council members who listened in on the meetings and provided input. We considered all of that input. I wanted to thank Evelyn especially, and any other staff who made the meetings possible, really. I mean, they were behind the scenes, but they provided the meeting warnings, the Zoom links, they hosted the meetings, they troubleshot technical issues. And we really wouldn't have been able to work as efficiently as we did without them. Thanks also to Adrian and Ben, who did all their homework and worked hard to reach consensus. And finally to Stephanie Clark. I think without her knowledge and experience, I don't think we'd be halfway to where we are tonight. Our memo and the completed RFP are in the packet. And so I will just, I'll just end, I guess, with a motion to, I will move that the council approve the RFP that the subcommittee has prepared, and our recommendation that the following 5 companies receive a request for proposal in alphabetical order: Chinberg Properties, DEW Construction, ExecuSuite, SM Graves Associates, and Penrose.
Is there a second?
Second.
Folks, any discussion? Any thoughts?
I would like to also thank Stephanie for her work and Sal for his leadership on the committee. They did a really great job stewarding it. And I also just want to thank everybody that did submit an RFQ. You know, they were, and even the folks that were like, we're not submitting an RFQ, but here's an RFQ. Like, it was valuable perspective that really informed our thinking.
Absolutely.
And this wasn't that. I believe that these 5, as I think the rest of the committee do too, are best aligned with the goals that we've outlined in this entire process. So I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Yeah, I think it was a very clear match between the criteria that were established and what these companies are offering. Pellen.
So I know all the information is in our agenda and memo, but just to make sure that everybody understand, like community members, Sal or any subcommittee member, can you just explain the next step? So we said, oh, we want RFP, but what are we looking for? What is the next steps? Very briefly, so we can be all on the same page. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So the RFP goes, I don't have the dates right in front of me. Maybe if Stephanie's with us, she does have the schedule, but the RFP will go out to those 5 companies. There'll be a period where they can submit questions. We will answer those questions. I believe the proposals are due back in about 5 or 6 weeks. And then we will go through an evaluation process, probably similar to what we did with the RFQ, with an evaluation matrix on the proposals. We'll then be able to ask for more information if we need it. And when we finally make a selection, the next step would be I guess a letter of interest and then a negotiation on a development agreement. And that process could take some time.
So we will pick only 1 out of 5. Is that right? Or whoever. So
well, it depends on the proposals. There may be proposals where companies decide to work together. I mean, it's okay. Impossible to say now, but we will ultimately. We should be, we're aiming to choose a lead developer, and if they have partners, we will have a single point of contact.
Yeah, thank you.
Stephanie, I see you're here. Thank you for joining us. Do you have any information that you think you should have that we haven't heard already?
No, Sal covered it really well. The information in the timeline of the RFP, I think, is helpful to educate the public that there's opportunity in there for a feedback loop once the proposals have been submitted. So those are worth checking out, but just so that it's on the record, read into the record, it's, February 4th is when the proposals are due, and February 6th through 27th is the time when there'll be independent analysis done and opportunity for feedback to the city. And so then that allows time between when they're received and when we do interviews.
Thanks. Mike, do you have anything to add at this point?
Nope, I was just gonna be here to answer questions if they came up.
Okay, thanks. Jim?
I would like to ask a question about Penrose. Are they just doing rental units and no home ownership?
That was their proposal, yes. But it was aligned with several other developers who proposed a rental as well as for sale properties. And so it makes sense, I think, to be able to make that comparison. And Penrose may very well decide to partner with a for sale developer. So we believe it makes sense. They're a well-regarded company with experience in rental housing, and we think we look forward to their proposal.
Okay, well, I was just wondering, I thought that we were looking for mixed use, and it doesn't sound like theirs is mixed use at all.
Well, yes, it's rental only. It's multifamily as well as townhouses, I believe. And as I said, their proposal paralleled several other companies' proposals, and so it's worth looking at it comparison wise. It may be a better program, in which case a partnership might be the best solution.
I can speak to that briefly too, just to say that we did not have anything in the RFQ that required it be entirely a mix. We were open to whatever might make most sense and what might actually pencil. One of the most important things of this process was to figure out what would financially work here, because we don't know. We're in a bubble, not being the actual developers ourselves. So the RFQ did not require it, and it was a matter of how that fit with the different selection criteria. And we also don't know, what might pencil for one developer or might not for another.
So that's why they were 5.
Yeah. Folks, I'll see if there's any public comment. Peter Kelman, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Peter Kelman, Montpelier. I just have a question. Can somebody explain the connection or the relationship between this developer RFP and the infrastructure that I'm guessing we are looking for funding to provide? And what happens if we don't get all the various monies that we're trying to get for the infrastructure?
Sounds like a Mike question.
Mike Miller, Planning Director. So a lot of times when we talk about infrastructure, we're really talking about two sets of infrastructure. One is the infrastructure that's coming up to the site. So that is what we're looking at is from the roundabout up to Country Club Road and then up Country Club Road to the actual development site. That's one set of infrastructure. That is the ones that you've heard about, 8 to 10, $11 million to do that upgrade. And those are the funds, those are the things that we've been applying for as grants. And we received the 3 million already, and we're hoping that we would get the other 8 in CDBG DR coming up in February. That's when that application will be due. There'll be awards, I think, in March. So that's the second set. The other piece of infrastructure is the infrastructure that is on the site. That is the infrastructure that would be put in by the developers, but would be paid for through CHIP or TIF. So again, in either case, we haven't had the need to come to you to go and ask for any infrastructure or investment from taxpayers at this point. I mean, other than if we needed to do some consulting work with Stephanie, but the actual constructions on the site, that all at this point appears to be that it's all going to be paid for either through the grants or through the chip. Now, what happens if something doesn't come through? I mean, there are a couple of ways this could go. We could get funded for less in our second grant. So maybe they give us 5 million or 4 million and we wanted 8. Well, then we can go through and do some engineering. You've had many meetings where we've brought, Kurt has come in to go and say, well, we got to cut $1 million. Here's where we would do it. We would, you know, in this case, we would probably have the conversation of, do we not elevate Route 2? Do we not lower the grade of Country Club Road? Because we really went in and said, this is, if we wanted to do it right and put everything in, this is what it would be. There are always pieces that we could go and leave out and say, we'll put that in later. And we would use additional, if we've got enough CHIP or TIF money, tax increment coming in, we could make those other improvements. But at this point, that's what would happen if we didn't get. Now, if we got nothing from CDBG-DR, we'll probably be having a bigger conversation of what that means. But we will have that, we will know that answer within the same relative window of this RFP process. So we'll be able to figure out what's going on at that point.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to?
Yes.
I could chime in just one thing I wanted to mention, and I think it would be helpful for the public to know that in a public-private partnership like this, especially, these developers have all been notified that everything's contingent, right? They know that this isn't a done deal, and so they're entering into it in that with that knowledge. And with most public-private partnerships, there is an iterative process here where they're looking for their funding, we're looking for our funding, and you have to go in lockstep. And so that's why the LOI that gets signed will be very high level and non-binding. And then we advance to the development agreement stage where there will still be contingencies and off-ramps for everybody. So this is just one more step in that direction.
Thanks, Stephanie. Any other comments from any other member of the public? Steve.
Steve Whitaker, I sense that the fix was in because y'all don't ask questions or return calls or respond to written warnings. But you're putting the city at risk here by giving these developers a claim of reliance on undisclosed mandatory disclosures related to litigation, related to brownfields, related to traffic capacity, related to LMI requirements that are not in the RFP. And worst case, these developers can sue and win and own our property out from under us. And it will be through the recklessness of this council that happened. So my point is that we are not ready for an RFP. In effect, the financial backers of these developers that invest tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars putting plans and proposals together are going to define the infrastructure scale and therefore price out affordable housing for Montpeliers. So this idea that we don't even know, and you also don't have the right to take away the statutory right to plan this property that Chapter 117 gives us. The Planning Commission stated on the record at the last meeting that they felt they were told they should not put this Country Club Road into the plan. The council took it away as their own project. And I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but the fact that the Planning Commission felt they could not plan for Country Club Road tells you something's wrong, because that's who's supposed to be planning for Country Club Road. This is the missing chapter. The master plan that Whitenberg proposed in the product they sold us in 2023 that said phase 2 public engagement master plan design process. And then all of a sudden in substitution, nope, we're not doing the phase 2, and we're giving them a contingent fee interest of 3%, which is a perverse interest which violated the law. You could not approve that contract without disclosing that conflict of interest before you adopted the contract. So y'all violated the city's procurement law, making this contract with White and Burke and this whole RFP process void. And you don't want to hear it. You don't want to learn it. you don't want to do your job. And it's frustrating because, you're paying somebody to lie to you about LMI requirements and you're ignoring the legal liability that you're putting the city in. So I don't know what else to do other than put it on the record and let the courts decide, but you're really risking our property, not your property, our property.
Thanks, Steve.
Shannon, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to go on the record as well as saying, I do not believe that our staff are lying to us. And I do not believe that Mr. Whitaker's recitation of what is happening in Country Club Road is accurate. I think we're doing the best that we can as elected public servants to evaluate this process, rely on staff expertise. And I would also say that there are so many opportunities for robust oversight from the funders, from the state, from the federal government on this entire process that provides kind of those checks. And I appreciate Mr. Whitaker's knowledge and passion, but I also think there's a difference between like not listening and not agreeing. And I think, we're doing our jobs. And I just don't think it's appropriate, and it doesn't follow our rules of decorum to call our staff liars. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Folks, any other discussion before we vote on the motion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We have taken another step in the direction of developing Country Club Road. Berlin Pond Dam.
Good evening. I'm Kurt Modica, Director of Public Works. As part of the grant funding requirements for addressing the Berlin Pond Dam damage from the 23 flood, we need to have a community engagement hearing. So that's the purpose of this discussion topic tonight. So I'll start with a brief background of the project. So the Berlin Pond Dam is also known as a Dickey's Dam. It's located on Ched Road in Berlin, and it essentially controls the water elevation of the Berlin Pond, which is the drinking water source for the city of Montpelier. It was built in 1920 as the water source for the city, and the water basically flows from the Berlin Pond under the I-89 interstate through a concrete channel and then a tunnel under the interstate and discharges into Pond Brook, and that flows through a portion of Berlin by Crosstown Road and then down to Ched Road and then through this dam. And as once the 23 flood hit, the condition of the dam went from poor to unsatisfactory, and that was determined through an inspection by the state of Vermont Dam Safety Program. And that necessitated action by the city to address that condition, which essentially presents a hazard for failure. So initially, we got a report from the state, and one of the recommendations was to put stop logs up at the interstate. So essentially, it's just wooden blocks that we set in to pre-made slots at the discharge from the pond. And that temporarily allowed stabilization of the water level at Berlin Pond. And it was only $300.
Good deal.
So ideally, that is, financially, that would be the end of it. But unfortunately, the city does not own that structure. It's owned by the state. The state does not want to create a dam at the interstate. So there's no way that we could permanently get authorization to keep those logs in place and maintain the water level through that fashion. So then we submitted a FEMA project, and they would not cover the cost of replacing the dam, but what they would do is cover the cost of temporarily stabilizing the dam. So that involved a stone buttress, so essentially just a whole bunch of rocks that were heavy enough to support the water pressure on the upstream side of the dam. And we were able to complete that in 2024, and then we could remove the stop logs that no longer needed at the pond discharge. So that's what is currently in place. And this report was done through an advanced assistance grant. And as like I mentioned, in order to close that grant out, the work is done. We need to have this community engagement meeting. And so in the report, there were 4 alternatives presented. The first alternative in any report is to do nothing. We are under mandate state requirements to do something. So we would be in permit violation if we do nothing. That would be ideal because there's 0 cost and we do have a stabilized dam. But again, it's just not a feasible or allowable option. The second option is to do a new dam construction upstream of the existing dam. So that would involve dewatering the dam, pouring a concrete new modern structure. The dam currently is just laid up stone, which is difficult to engineer against water pressures. So this alternative would be to construct a new concrete dam upstream and then basically rebuild the facade of the stone laid dam so it looked and maintain its historic features. That cost of that project is approximately $1.2 million. The third option is to completely remove the dam at an estimated cost of $400,000. But the problem with that is our water supply permit has very strict requirements on the elevation level of the Berlin Pond. So if we were to remove this dam, the pond level would drop approximately 3 feet and we would be in mandatory conservation for our water system. So again, not a feasible choice. And then the fourth alternative at a cost of $225,000 is a partial removal of the dam. So it would take off the top couple feet of the dam, drop the water level, and then sort of rebuild the existing stone structure. Again, that would impact the water levels of the Berlin Pond, and we would have to amend our water permit, our water supply permit. So really, the only clear path forward is to reconstruct this dam. It is a heavy cost, and we will be pursuing grant funding for it. The only other option is to try to revise our operating permit for withdrawal from the pond, which coupled with potential environmental impacts from draining the channel, which has some wetlands between the dam and the pond, that and our water permit amendment would be really challenging. So I think it's unlikely that any change in water level is going to be feasible to accomplish. So that's really it. Just likely the option is to rebuild the dam, and the next step for us will be to pursue grant funding for that.
Thanks, Kurt. I'll open the public hearing and invite comment from any members of the public who are interested, either online or in person.
Jack, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe you don't know this, but they replaced a similar dam in Maple Corner recently, I think. And I'm wondering if you know how they paid for that.
I don't know, but I could find out.
Steve.
Just to briefly, I want to just object to the charade of holding public hearings after 10 o'clock at night, because a public engagement hearing that's required by law cannot be legitimately done when it wasn't noticed as such by in any public media that I was aware of, or even the agenda, and it's after 10 o'clock, and it's a charade to call this a public engagement hearing.
Thank you, Steve. Is there going to be, are we going to have to do this again, or is there only one required for this?
Mike Miller again. So the grant just required a community engagement meeting, so it didn't have to be a public hearing. So this would be the only meeting that is required for the grant closeout.
Thanks. And is there action required of the council tonight?
No, it's just community engagement. It was just to make sure that the council was aware of what the results were from the scoping study.
Okay, thanks. So we can move on. Next up, we have acting city manager transition.
So also this afternoon, you'll receive a memo from me. There is a copy in the packet. just to sort of outlining a transition plan. And so just based on your earlier action, hopefully there will be a new city manager on board soon, but this plan also lays out sort of options for you, should you need them. So just from the start, it kind of lays out the purpose, but then also just kind of showcases some of the things that, you know, we'll be working on as staff. One of the things that I do want to highlight that we're working on right now is a prioritization listing. So on January 14th, we'll be coming back to you with a list of projects in priority order by department so that you have a sense of, you know, what's on tap and what's needed. And that's particularly important so that as you kind of, you know, move along here in this spot in the transition, you know what needs to be done, and we can kind of allocate resources accordingly. We do have a capable team in place to be able to shepherd those projects. And, you know, so we'll bring that forward. We also are going to be working on making sure that the details and files for the new manager are shored up and ready to hand over. A lot of the projects that we have currently, and that you'll see this in the prioritization plan, are assigned to departments. And so a lot of that information exists within the departments. There are some key things that are housed within the city manager's office, but there is definitely the knowledge base within the department. So the briefing really would happen there at that time, and those projects will likely be evolving even, you know, a little bit as we move on here. So that piece is happening. So for the immediate short term, you know, so I'm on, I'll be physically in the office until Friday, and then I'm on vacation next week. However, I'm still around. I'll be in town. I will still be accessible if there's something that's needed. So I still will be acting city manager in that capacity. But as of the 27th, you really need to have somebody in that place so that then, you know, they can, you know, take action for the charter. And so that's laid out for you also in this memo in terms of what the governance structure is. And so here I do recommend Chris Lumbra for the acting role and Evelyn Prim for the assistant acting role. And they would have kind of a dual purpose. And also making sure that it's contained within the city manager's office. So once the new manager starts, there will be sort of a clear kind of like upload with them. And so their roles would be, I also want to say that, you know, they're wonderful, but they won't be able to keep doing their existing roles in the way that they've been doing them. And so really Chris would be the point person and would have signature authority. And then Evelyn would be, you know, sort of in an assistant role, and she would be doing a lot of the agenda work and making sure that there's alignment with council directors. So that those are really important. We need to make sure that that still happens coming out of these meetings. So I would be recommending for tonight for action to elevate them in that temporary capacity until the permanent manager gets here. And so they would then take the place of sort of in terms of pay rates, they would get a little bit of a bump as well to do that work in the interim. I'm suggesting an 8-week period for that, so that depending on what's negotiated with the new manager, you know, there's a point in which you can revisit that and see if it's working okay, or if not, then you could, you know, go down the interim manager route. I will say in this process, I've been talking a lot to managers, retired managers. I'm not from Montpelier, about, you know, what their availability may be. I talked to 4 retired managers that were recommended from the league. And one of them has some capacity to act maybe in a like interim per diem sort of situation. So what I would be also suggesting is that staff work on getting a per diem contract in place with this manager. If they're able to do this with them, they can support staff with questions. So that then if anything comes up related to the job they're experienced in Vermont, they know what they're doing. I think this team will be able to, I think, rise to the occasion. They can always call me, but I also want to make sure that you're set up for success with, you know, a structure that can work and, you know, mold to what you need. I also will say that the leadership team will be available as well. So Kurt and Mike will be then acting as a core team with them. So if there are things that, you know, need to happen, they will be a direct support, as will the rest of the leadership team. So we've structured and tiered things to support and wrap around in this period. And then from there, so those are kind of two things, you know, place them as acting as of the 20 and assisting acting as of the 27th. And then, you know, authorize staff to maybe engage with this retired manager to come up with a per diem contract. Then if needed at that 8-week mark, there are a couple of firms that we've listed in the memo. Academic Partners is one of them and seemed like a natural kind of choice given their work on the manager's search to then find a, you know, interim manager. You know, I know that it would be ideal for it to be a Vermont retired manager, but I have to be honest in that some of my conversations with the managers where they are not available. So as I mentioned, there's one that is that could help, I think, in a sort of limited capacity. So I think that if you were to go with the interim route, you probably would want to work with Ian to do that. There's also another firm here that's listed that came recommended from the league. I also, you know, would suggest working with the league as well, but Strategic Government Resources is also a firm that does sort of like a traveling situation for managers. So if you do need to go the interim route, we would develop sort of an amendment maybe to the contract or a new proposal for those services and some of the things to consider. So we need to talk to Ian a little bit about this in terms of like, you know, what you believe you need. And so just to put these in your mind, you would really need to be looking into, you know, the expected scope of work for this person. And again, this is all dependent on how things evolve, you know, whether or not you need that. But just to keep that kind of in the back of your mind, whether the hours would be full-time or part-time, whether the role would be remote or hybrid, what the expectation would be. So are you looking for somebody to come in and keep the lights on, or are you looking for somebody to keep projects moving? And then you'd want to talk about what the contract would look like, what the term would be, and what the budget would be for that. So those are all kinds of things that you would want to think about if you were thinking about going for an interim manager. The way that they set this transitional period up was to allow you flexibility to sort of work with existing staff and be covered in this moment, but then also covered going forward. So I'm happy to take any questions about that. You know, or talk it through.
Folks, are there any questions or thoughts?
I mean, I would say thank you, Kelly, for putting together this plan. You know, I really appreciate it. We're gonna miss you. I also just wonder if you could talk a little bit about the status of the finance director position in terms of the advertising that and what the relationship is between the two.
Yep, sure. So we have asked Ian also for a proposal for services around, you know, publishing the finance director position, because we are this has been a lot of, you know, change and transition right now. And so I'm trying to, you know, expand capacity where we can. And so the intention would be to get that proposal from him and bring it back to you and then post, but just so that we have a little, we need to, I think in the finance director search, you know, it would be great if we could find somebody local, but we also probably need to expand that search too. Because what the city has coming down the line are some pretty heavy duty issues that you are going to really want some experience for. Sarah has some really big shoes to fill. And so I think it's just making sure that we can do that in a way that makes sense. So we have had conversations with Ian. We have not posted just yet. I would like to make sure that we do sooner rather than later. And so the team at 20th here tonight too, so should be helping with us to get that going. So as soon as possible, but we also want to be thoughtful about how we do that because, you know, much like the manager search, the finance director is also a big deal. And just you'll see the project list, which is pretty impressive, honestly, because it is just so
It's great.
Sorry.
And I also just really want to acknowledge Chris and Evelyn for stepping up and frankly what are difficult circumstances and just really appreciate that. We owe you.
Anyone else? Or is there a motion to, I guess you're looking for a motion to appoint Chris and Evelyn to these new roles And that might be the only thing you need in a motion right now,
Yeah, and effective,
December 27th or. Mhm.
yes, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Council members, any discussion? Yeah.
Speak with her again. I noticed that this transition plan, leaves out the very transfer of knowledge that I recommended you do before Fraser left, and it was not done. The intelligence of decades of experience and inventory of the priority and issues around the files was a missed opportunity of the grandest scale, and we'll be paying for it for a decade to come. So I still see that also missing, not presuming that there's any embedded, intelligence but it's not in here. I also take issue with the subtle little phrase that will receive appropriate compensation for these interim positions. I'll point out that Chris Lumbrough took a $25,000 pay increase to make our district heat in the black, has done none of that, and he still got the $25,000 pay increase. So paying him more for this interim status, I object to. I think it's wholly inappropriate for you as watchdogs of the public purse. So he can do it for the existing raise that he's not delivering on with the district heat in the black. So I don't know whether it's possible to modify this to get that knowledge transfer, but Kelly, as a former finance director and as an interim city manager and assistant city manager, has a lot of institutional knowledge that there's no mechanism in here to document. And there needs to be.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Steve, thank you for your comments. I just want to note a couple things. So in the memo, there is actually a component piece here that does speak to sort of the maintenance and organization of the institutional resources. And so that's there. And then the other piece is I just want to say, our team is really dedicated. And so I do take issue with those comments. They're beyond just opinion based. They're actually inflammatory and completely unacceptable. Chris and Evelyn are stepping into roles that will be dual roles, beyond the roles that they're already doing. And so I think that the compensation is warranted, and I hope that council will support that request. And so per the memo, it does say appropriate compensation, but we have elaborated on that in this meeting today. So I think that I'm hoping that council will support that. And I just also wanted to speak for the staff and just say, enough. We are working hard for the city and we are professional staff. And I am honored to have worked with them, and I'm incredibly thankful for the support in this transition moment, because it's a big deal for the city. And I am proud to, say that Chris will be the next guy. It's not my decision, but if it were. So just to say that. Thank you.
And I'll point out that there's not a dollar amount attached to this proposal, and I think what I expect we'll get a proposal for a dollar amount that the council would have to act on to do it.
But you'll have already approved.
For which proposal, the acting role or the?
Yeah.
So what it would be is it would be sort of the existing rates. So Chris would take my interim rate, and so that would be 140.
You should pay them.
No more. Steve.
And
No
then
more, Steve. Order.
Evelyn would get the assistant rate, which would be at 116, and so it would be that 8-week period that they're doing that work. Yeah, I think that it's really important that they are compensated for their work at a critical time.
And Sal, you want to amend your motion to include that?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Any more discussion? Yes, Carrie and then Adrian.
Yeah, just thank you, Kelly, for pulling together this plan. I think it's a good one. I completely agree that the staff are doing an amazing job. I kind of can't believe how fortunate we are that we have people who are willing to step up and do this in such a time of need and lack of capacity. And so thank you to Chris and to Evelyn for being willing to do this, as well as to Mike and to Kurt for being that support, and all the rest of the staff, because this is not just a few people who are going to be filling in these holes. This is really the entire staff. And of course, people should get paid appropriately for their work. So absolutely, they should get paid at the rate that those jobs pay. No question about it. And I also am very offended by this suggestion that these particular individuals might not be worth that amount of money. That's insulting and completely wrong. So I'm in favor of this. I'm just so grateful to you for doing this. And thank you. And we are going to miss you so much.
Thanks, Carrie. Adrian?
Carrie pretty much. I was gonna say, but I will just reiterate it. So thank you for putting this together. And Chris, I'm really excited to see this opportunity for you. And Evelyn, I'm also very excited. I think they're gonna make a really good team. And in the real world, you get compensated for the job that you're doing. Like that is just the way the world is. So obviously, yes, you would compensate them. And so I have no issue with that whatsoever. And, just thank you to the whole staff for dealing with this change. It's hard in this transition. And I hope that, just knowing that change is hard, but I'm hoping in the future that we could all, work really well together. I'm optimistic and I'm hoping we can mend some of our relationships and really work together as a team. So thank you all so much for just dealing with this over the past couple of years. And, I know that we're going to be setting up some times to meet with the department heads, and I'm really excited about that. And, if anyone has any questions, you can always reach out to me if that's allowed by charter, but still learning all the rules, but thank you. And, really appreciate everyone here in this room. And thank you, Kelly. And, you can say hi to me at a basketball game. So thank you for your service, and I hope that we can still say hi to each other.
Chris?
Sustainability Facilities Coordinator. Thank you all. I appreciate your support. I appreciate the trust you're placing in me. And I do really look forward to working with all of you and building relationships and do the work for the city. It's important. It's why we're here. We're all here for the same reason. And thank you, Kelly, for your trust. And I think you already know how much I'm going to miss you. And probably don't need to elaborate that in public. But thank you all, and I look forward to moving forward in the next few weeks and keeping things on an even keel and working with our new manager. Doing the best we can for the city.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay.
Thank you.
Folks, are we ready to vote? Oh, Sal.
I wonder if we, the FEMA load seems to be an extraordinary piece. And I just wonder if, what the sense is in terms of somebody being able to take that over who's not sort of a specialist in that. There are people who do that. Is that something we should be looking into?
Yeah, so so Chris will kind of be spearheading that, but then DPW, Kurt and Zach will be doing that. And we also have been in touch with Guidehouse and company, and mostly the state and the league, mostly the league actually is the point of contact, but to get sort of maybe a consultant to help us through this, because getting this across the finish line is a big deal, and there will be some component pieces. Sarah has been working closely with that team as we've been transitioning. Did you have more to add, Sarah?
I've provided contact information so that they can get through with a consultant. I've also gone through as much as I can with FEMA to clear it out so that it doesn't land on somebody else. Primarily what is left is the big project related to the buildings. Everything else from a financial standpoint has been provided, submitted, and is still working through the process. I have shown those who remain in finance how to utilize the portal. And I think everybody's set up to be really successful to still move this ahead. It's pretty close to the finish line now, so it's not a bad place to leave it.
And that is, hiring a consultant is an eligible expense for FEMA reimbursement.
That's great. I really appreciate your professionalism, all of you, in handling this. Thank you.
All right, are we ready to vote? If so, All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. We have no other business. We can move on to council reports, starting at Adrian at your end.
I don't think I have anything.
Okay, Carrie?
Nothing to me.
Sal? Ben? Helen?
Okay, I will use all the time then. So I want to thank Kelly and Sarah for their service, and I really wish them best in their new positions. Good luck. So I'm sure you will be very successful. I also want to repeat to thank Chris and Evelyn. They are stepping up, and also all the staff. All the things you've been doing for a year, because this will be our last meeting before the new year. So I hope New Year 2026 brings great opportunities to all of us, our community, our city. And I've been working on economic development because my District 2 residents told me that this is the most important thing for them, one of the priorities. And I will continue working on that issue in 2026, but focusing on more pilot program. And I really like all the things you list in the legislative priorities. So I was thinking the same item. So it was very good for me to see those items listed there. And if anyone wants to support or help me, just let me know, because I am planning to start a working group, not under the city, not as a committee, nothing. So just like based on citizen knowledge, experience, and support. And again, I really want to thank all of you and city staff again, all the things you've done for our town. Thanks.
Thanks, Melanie. Jim?
I want to wish everybody safe and happy holidays. And I'd like to say the best of luck for everybody in their new ventures in the new year. And basically, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm sure looking forward to this break.
Thanks, Jim. I'm gonna pass the mayor's report for a moment. Clerk's report?
I just want to, express my sadness. I think, no, sorry, no, it's right. It was gone. I just wanted to express my sadness at the passing of Morgan Brown, which I didn't know about until the beginning of this meeting. He was a good guy, and he's going to be missed by a lot of people, myself included. And just thanks to Kelly. I know I'm not done with you yet, got a couple more days, but still, since it's your last meeting, it's been a pleasure, and you're going to go off and do amazing things and have a great time, I'm sure.
Thanks, John. City manager's report?
So I'm gonna keep this really, really brief, just to say thank you, for everything. And I am incredibly, and I mentioned this last meeting, but really, truly thankful for the experience and to have had the opportunity to serve. And, you know, I know that the city is in good hands, and I will be around, and around town. So I'm not really going too far. So that's good. And then one more thing that I want to say, which is not as pleasant, but I also feel like I need to at least convey it, because I've been going back and forth on how to say this, and so I kind of feel like it's a good opportunity to say it. Is that one of the things coming up through, as finance director or as the assistant city manager, or even in this role, like I stand with the staff. And I, heard you all tonight and saying that, some of your comments were really lovely, and that supportive staff, and even, with the rhetoric around lying, like, and calling that out, like, I really appreciate that, and I hope that continues. And I think when we talk about, moving forward together, and as I said last week, like, that was the most important thing to me. And I think at this time, it's really important. And so, there have been instances, where, some of our department heads have been called to task in meetings. And I just hope that that doesn't happen in the future. And I hope that maybe that's something in a conversation that you have with the manager. You know, I was, really kind of happy to see, the unanimous vote, because that is really something, and that's what I was kind of hoping for in terms of the way that this process would play out, is that you could, coalesce around a candidate. And so I am happy to see what happens next. I'm incredibly thankful, but I also just wanted to register that bit of, just a note on it, because and in a nice way, but in a kind but firm way of just, watch out for the team, because you're all part of the city team. So thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. One, I do want to state my appreciation for the council for the work in council and staff and the work of the city manager recruiting, and especially the hard work we did through our interviews and meetings and our executive session tonight to get to where we got. I think it's very important, and I think we can all feel good about the future. I also want to say I've been working closely with Kelly for kind of a long time now, and it's been a great pleasure the whole time. I remember a couple of years ago when we were out raising the flag for Pride Month, and we talked about our mutual commitment to public service and how important it is. And this is not just a job. This is service to the public and service to the community. And what Kelly has done over the years through the flood, through everything else, including taking on the acting city manager job at the time where we also cut positions and had to work through getting the whole team moving forward together, doing all the work with fewer people. We always hear people talk about doing more with less, and what Kelly was able to do with her team and keep all the city departments and the department heads and city workers staying on and working as hard as they did was very much a tribute to everyone's loyalty to you and your visible commitment to the city. And so I'll greatly miss you. Yeah. And 10:38, we're adjourned.